first time I've worked like a full week in multiple months, like 2 months, because of all the time that I had to take off to use my PTO. So we here. Twitch won't update my stream title. Didn't notice that. Let's see if I can do that via Yield Stream Manager. Take me to my stream manager. Thank you. Something's wrong. Of course, the day I remember to change my Steam title or stream title in advance, it doesn't do it. There we go. OBS doesn't know what to do. Hopefully, my stream is actually going. Maybe gonna check that really fast. Okay, it is. We're good. But we're gonna do more Apollo Justice tonight. Okay, I might need to throw out this lipstick. I don't know if you can see. Probably just crystallization, but not gonna risk it in case it is something bad. Goodbye, lip oil. It's pretty gross. Whatever it is. I'm getting a pimple right here. My skin is very sensitive. Unless that's where I sneezed and hit my head on the sink faucet a couple weeks ago. I feel like that was like 2 weeks ago at this point. I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna do more Apollo Justice. Finish the case from last week. We should just have 2 trial parts, and then we'll start the final case, which is really long. It has like 7 parts to it, but we'll finally find out why did our little defense attorney man get disbarred. Every time I think about Phoenix getting disbarred, I think about this post I saw. There's like, I guess there's a date that he gets disbarred, and it was like, Phoenix Wright got disbarred 7 slutty years ago, and I think about that every time I think about Phoenix. Oh god. Anyway, I feel like there's something else I wanted to tell you guys, but I don't remember what it is. Of course I don't. I never remember. It'll come to me eventually. Alright. Let's get the game a rockin' and a rollin'. I gotta change my game capture. I forgot that we were playing Trombone Champ last time. Properties, not filters. Please capture my totally legit game. Computer, figure it out. Come on. Figure it out. Do I need to close it and reopen it? Oh, I'm on the wrong screen, first of all. There we go. Don't know why it wasn't working previously on there, but yeah. All right. let me turn off the Buttercup melody. Let me actually close this because I have a habit of accidentally opening it in the middle of the game. And trial form or trial letter? Let's do it. See if I remember any of the voices. Well, this is it. Today's the last day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over, sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait! Never liked you, either of you. Huh? The shark man with his awful hair. Darn it, we were so close, he was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. I didn't want us to hear what Matcha had to say. I'm still keeping with that, because I hate his name. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. I'm glad you know why, because I don't remember. Somebody get shot? What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Oh, is this man. Valent Grimary. I have to think about his last name for a second. Use the door like an average muggle, no less. Alright, using the door. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valent? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand upon the stand? Oh, Jesus. Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Oh, with vanishing magic? Indeed. I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. I really hate the way this man is talking. Also, this definitely wasn't the voice I gave him last time. Before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand Grimary glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. Oh, jeez. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. They're selling tickets to the... And there he goes. Sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. A big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like elephants or people or the Eiffel Tower, anything really. So he's talking about what we saw at the concert. Lemire Wire's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it, being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. Trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Huh? Did something happen? This is a first.
It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business.
Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas.
Apparently he's visiting the hospital again.
Hospital?
I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning.
Chief Justice's son? Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial.
There's an article about it in the newspaper. You care to read about it yourself.
Newspaper. Okay. Incuritis syndrome. First case in country. Where have I heard that before? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose a page with the funnies if you can. These two are dorks, and I love them. I love them.
My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say this name again?
Machi Tobai, our suspect fortissimo.
Right, it's his trial in any case.
The defense is prepared, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready to rock. I hate him. Is something wrong, Your Honor?
No, well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Enteritis, was it? That article says there's no known cure. How on the nose for everyone.
Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. Excuse me. As Interpol about that number, the agent registered was romaine lettuce. Thanks for looking into it.
Oh, no problem, Your Honor. I'll be going. Wait, that voice just now. It was him, I'm sure of it.
I don't know why I'm doing this.
That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshot fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darien.
What is this soap opera drama I'm doing?
Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darien would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect?
Oh my god. I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darien Creston is a member of my band, the Governor.
You let him look into him? It's his bandmate and his friend. And you let Gavin?
The court system in this is busted. He's also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. Oh my god. And your reason is? Aren't you aware, Air Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. Yeah, he was on the stage, but he came in late. I think she heard his voice through the headset. And that's how she heard it, even though the window was closed. Because something picked it up. Yeah. And she didn't realize it for some reason. Second set, our guest took center stage. Or like, the one that fell on the floor. I don't know. Only performance appearing were myself, La Miroir, and Matcha, along with the drummer and bassist, for a total of 5. Shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the 3rd set. I always do this to my health. I can't help but snack. Your girl loves a snack. I can't resist a good haiku. La Miroir and the defendant, Matcha, had left the stage at that point. The Governors were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by defendant Emma Skye, mind you. And Apollo. You heard them too, right? You sure did. Furthermore, La Miroir herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, which she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Cresson talking. But that's impossible. Detective Cresson was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila, a perfect alibi. Whatever you say, my man. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darien Cresson's alibi has been acknowledged. This means that La Miroir was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, and I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections. Uh-oh, Paulo, if he declares a verdict now. Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. It's not, but sure. She might have been lying to protect Matcha. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday at the detention center? About the case. What about the case? What's it tell us about Mr. Latus's death? I hate all of the names in this game. This meeting's over. We just rewatched this. I know. Okay, we didn't rewatch that part. I'm just impatient, as you all know. Butcher was trying to tell us something. I know it. Itchy. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him under oath. Very well. The court finds the defendant. What was his name again? Objection, Your Honor. No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marcus, or is this how it's telling? Marcus. How is that? I don't know. Mr. Justice? Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean. I do. Defense calls defendant Macha Tabai to the stand. I'm thinking Jobu Tabaki right now. What the hell is wrong with me? He doesn't speak English. Please, an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as I love you and where is the toilet. The defense would like to request La Miroir as interpreter. La Miroir? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Air Forehead. Air Judge, the prosecution agrees to the defense's request. If La Miroir lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Holy shit. Bailiff, please show the defendant and La Miroir to the witness stand. We're gonna see both of them together? Oh, this is so cute! This is fun! I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name, to begin with, if you would, La Miroir. Yes. He says, Macha Tabai, the defendant. This is clearly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really need an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I hadn't thought that far yet. Apollo! Aren't you gonna ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak. Yes, La Miroir? Just now, Matcha said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Matcha wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. The suspense is killing me. What? What? Well, La Miroir? According to Matcha, he has proof of his innocence. What? I love his little frilly socks! This is a surprise. Wow, victory, Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony, La Miroir. I mean, Machi. Please testify to the court. Very well. Proof of innocence. He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock, because if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Okay, that's, pretty solid. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask La Miroir to know the meaning of that song. La Miroir? Miroir? Did you ever explain the lyrics to that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. As my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead, La Miroir might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony. I know it. Just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. Fuck this bracelet. Stop showing me a picture of it. I don't want to see this stupid bracelet. I hate this stupid bracelet. It's so dumb. Was that word of came as great shock? Are Matcha and Mr. Latouche close? Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together. La Miroir, this is Matcha's cross-examination, not yours. But I knew the answer. This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. I understand. Prosecutor Gavin's tough? He's really tough. Marta says he was very good friends with Mr. Latouche. Mr. Latouche was always a gentleman, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen. The killing truly followed the lyrics of my song. The guitar serenade, correct? Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. Theft of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. This is why it could not have been me. He could not have done it. I could not have done it, you mean... It's very simple. Matcha could not have done all the things that happened that day. For all those things followed the song lyrics closely. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? No. He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. No, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Okay. No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Virginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Yay, I knew he was innocent. I believe he is too, Trucy. I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. I don't know which statement. Couldn't have done it. Didn't mean to do that. It's either this statement or this statement. I think it's this one. Oh God. No. What else could possibly be? His little donut-shaped hair. He's looking.
Gotcha!
Matcha. You can't fool my eyes. You glanced toward her the very moment La Miroir said the word English. Why? Don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Matcha, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Matcha says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? The Virginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know? They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes that are quite fierce all of a sudden. Matcha is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. I assume the newspaper... Is this it? Doesn't mention the lyrics. Take that! I have here a Virginian newspaper, the Virginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Matcha? That's right, it doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Matcha. You couldn't have read the lyrics in the Virginian newspaper. Okay. So now what? What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics were not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them from was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Matcha says, yes. It is true, I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, La Miroir? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. It looks like Erfor has been jumping to conclusions again. Seems so, yes. No, I was onto something. I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you gonna do, Apollo? I'm gonna keep on cross-examining. I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well. Witness? I understand. It was I who explained the crime following the song. Alright. Doing a bracelet.
Oh God. I didn't see anything. Watch this eye this time. I don't know why it would do something different than the other eye, but I'm gonna make this bigger, so maybe it'll be slightly easier to see. Maybe he fidgets. Oh God. Oh God, I can go over here. Oh my God. I didn't realize. Oh, she's swallowing. Like she did before. Gotcha! La Miroir. I'm currently cross-examining Matcha. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. La Miroir, you are indeed protecting someone? Are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. La Miroir, you're protecting... Oh, I don't know. No, not that man. Oh, Matcha, right? Ugh. Why would she be protecting anybody but him? She feels protective of him. You were protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us you had explained how the crime followed the song. Oh, I did the wrong voice. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Matcha, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have La Miroir lying on your behalf. If this is gonna work, you have to trust me, too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English, you have to. Ah! This is a child. What we're harassing. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little only. What? First you could see, now we can talk. And you did not know about this, La Miroir? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? This is last. Matcha, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? I don't know what this voice and accent I'm doing for him is. Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in the dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor. What is his voice? I need to give it an actual... Can I do my Russian accent? I don't know if I can pull it out of my ass. Which would be right after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Macho went into the dressing room, Mr. Latus had already been shot. And then we came to the door. Funnel high up. I take off. Run away, run away. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. Haha. As the prosecution has held all along, no less, the defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No! He's not confessing to anything. He's clearly denied that he did it. I no shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
Objection!
The victim has already been shot, you say. I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. My back hurts. This could only mean one thing. Oh, I don't know if you heard that, but it's a nice crack. He is the shooter. He's 14 years old. He would not have been able to shoot that gun. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Yes, we do. Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. What is this cocoon, anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? Oh, Macha, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Matcha, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Air Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe in him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn any more of value if this should this continue. See no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Okay. Matcha, talk to me, my boy. Let's chat. What's going on, my man? Apollo Eustace. Oh, God. Apollo Eustace. Can I get Rashne? Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Believe, I'm no shooting. She claims Mr. Latouche was already on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I heard the revolver. Close, very close. Then I heard the voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear the revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true. So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots, and you escaped the air vent. I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh? Yeah. How do you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I heard this from magician. Magician? Don't look at me! Magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with now? We're supposed to say we went to the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy's always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him. Every time. So, what do we do? You're supposed to... You sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking. No. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. Can't go home. Can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. Penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? Machi won't testify, but we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We've had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? Machi won't testify? Then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, La Miroir. La Miroir? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that La Miroir's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... La Miroir was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted La Miroir dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would anyone be out to kill La Miroir? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yes, someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that this is what you're saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in La Miroir's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. If La Miroir was attacked, this has serious implications. Why does nobody know about this but us? Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have in this home. Oh, God. The court will hear La Miroir's testimony once more. La Miroir, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Macha is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice. I do. Just wait. I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court? Of course, Your Honor. What I heard. Oh, pardon. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past that small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? La Miroir was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Is something wrong? Raise an objection. But she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice. Sorry, it's nothing. Okay. Now I know what they mean about the reckless use these days. The one in red over there is a shining example, Air Judge. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. Darian Crescent? I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I have to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. Did you hear anything else? Ow. My neck hurts so bad. I am interested in this. Did you happen to hear anything else at that time? Anything else? Anything else besides the victim and the shooter's conversation? Anything at all? It's quite the vague question. Other than the conversation, I heard a clock ticking, the two men breathing, footsteps. That is all. Nothing new here, as expected. I was hoping for a little more than that. Just carry on with the cross-examination. As you wish. Can I go back and ask something different to that? Yeah. What were they talking about? Do you by chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I've given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? When my memory is clear, it's afraid to speak. See, I do not understand what was said. This could be it, the clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did she say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. Shooter, then. Darian Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Switch. And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche? Oh my god. My inability to speak. Felt it quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, could have shed some light on this? I mean, sure. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could add this to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? Okay. I heard a voice say, press the switch now. This feels like something to present that remote trigger thingy. No. This thingy. Objection! Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh. Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but just so happens, I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice La Miroir heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch. It's a possibility. Oh, Air Forehead, I call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind you the court of the layout of the concert room. To remind the court, not remind you. The stage is quite far from La Miroir's dressing room. Not to mention that the Governors were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Air Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. No! Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said. Or did you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard from the stage on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this would be easy to get a message to someone from the stage to the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Why, that's... What is it? Is this some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually. They're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait, those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. The Miroir says it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. I need a tissue. I'm stuffy. Exactly. The walk from stage to the backstage seems far. The direct distance is less than 30 feet. It can't be. So when La Miroir heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. What if he switched it? Someone could have hit it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know it was where it was when she heard the voice? And the shooter said press the switch. Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh, they make the stupidest points. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is the switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Oh, yes, we do! We do, in fact. Wait a second. I do know what the switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what the switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of this link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is? It's the igniter, blah, blah, ba-da, ba. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? Ugh, that's that. That what? Is it not another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yeah. Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected. What if my whiskers had caught on fire? Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. I love watching this clip when your guitar caught on fire in the middle of your performance. I'm so glad. They play it like every 30 minutes. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Like every hour, but still. Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware of such a thing had been planned, and the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Virginia from La Miroir. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Air forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by La Miroir, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He orders someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense, though something about it is bugging me. I can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seems pretty simple to me. Objection! Air forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this about, Professor Gavin? His story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course. Oh my god, we get 2 for 1! Indeed, yes, the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. I doubt that, but yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? I like confident Apollo. What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? Oh my god, I couldn't get that out. I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. Objection! What's this? The detective Emma Skye heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Macho was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us in this testimony, namely, the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote triggered... Yeah, but how would La Miroir have heard that? She was on stage. Okay. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all those facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. Order, order, order. That goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. Okay, I think she was in the middle of her disappearing moment, so maybe that's when she heard it. Like, if this happened just during that time and she's going between the, you know, to the other part of the state. I don't know. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reverse prosecution, Gavin. Prosecutor. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flames. The Air Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he followed the lyrics the whole way. That would explain the most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good. I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic. For it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Air Forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window of the scene was closed. How could La Miroir have heard a voice through it? Oh, I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. La Miroir's testimony is my entire case, and that voice she heard, the shooter's voice, what if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, look what we have. A man saying press the switch, and near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't all be coincidence. How do I make it work? I see more direct line of questioning is required. And the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime. That window was closed. Careful to tell us how La Miroir heard the voice? A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice. You've got one thing to prove and one thing only. La Miroir heard a voice. She heard it during the second set. Think, how was La Miroir able to hear the voice? She was somewhere else. She has divine hearing. The window was open. She was somewhere else. It's not that one, obviously. Shh. So it was during the second set. It had to be in that little bit of time that she was going between the two parts of the stage. Maybe she went through the air vents to get... That was like the trick? Because if she went through the air vents, she would have heard it. She was somewhere else. When we investigated the crime scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It is good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Virginian too. As I was saying, La Miroir could not hear the voice through the window, so there can be only one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and good sense speak entirely two different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Air Forehead? La Miroir clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is. I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim she heard the voice from another location? Show us where this location was. I heard the voice from here. Oh, Jesus.
the window. Okay, the vents is what I was just arguing, so I don't know why my brain stopped working. Does this look like a small window to you, Mr. Justice? The state of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window on our society. Didn't ask you to point out a window on society. Oh, what? What do you mean? The air vent. It had to be the air vent. Did I just like click on the wrong part of it? Like, I can't click on this one. Like, oh, what the fuck? Oh god. Then what the fuck else is it? I'm looking it up. What else could it possibly be in that? IGN, walk me through it. Oh god. This is like a game fac walkthrough. Jeez. Cross-examination. What are they talking about? Headset. Pan left. Oh god. That's why. Stupid freaking panning left and right. This is where La Miroir heard that voice from. But there's no small window. That's the air vent. What did she tell us? She said she's a Virginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine to call this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous into ludicrous. So La Miroir was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? It's the only logical explanation. Yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Air Forehead. Okay, what about this isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would La Miroir be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, La Miroir? You've been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? The theater prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. La Miroir, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. Clavier is having a bad time. I will have order! Oh my god. That's what sent people into an aneurysm? Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you, in fact, saying you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure, I can't. May I remind you that this is a murder trial. We were here, your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Above the ceiling. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Bound to secrecy. Part of her trick. My line of work, it has many obligations to uphold. You say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for. Yeah, Herr Judge? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. It was the magic trick, idiots! How did we not put that together? Above the ceiling. Could you be more specific? Ow. I cannot. Because you're bound to secrecy? Yes. To tell the truth, I was not even supposed to say I was above the ceiling. I dare not say more. That doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking. I heard there was a small window there before. A small window, you mean the air vent. I only remember I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the lighting coming through the window, of course. A vent grate could trip you up, certainly. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard his voice coming from the room. Darian's voice. I knew something terrible had happened, yet... in the middle of my performance, I had no time to report what I heard. So without a word, you just let the third set start? Leave me alone. My bookstore is telling me my textbook shipped. Did the curtain close with the second set? There was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you'd only told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have. I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. I have lost my voice in the middle of the show and kept on singing, completely unaware. Singing without a voice? If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get La Miroir to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. So why I was in there, I cannot say. What about our little this? Oh god, is it gonna make me watch it? I don't really want to do that, but thank you. The point that I'm stuck on is that it was given to us by Gramier or Gramiar.
Objection!
We'll try it. I know it would seem to have worked. La Miroir, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this videotape. We have to... We get to watch the guitar part.
watch the whole thing. Look at it fucking... I love it so much. It's so goddamn funny. As we can see, Lamira was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Although it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamira is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. He's real tall. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Recall Miroir's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There's something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of the route above the ceiling. Miroir knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Mata told me something. I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound La Miroir to secrecy. Well, La Miroir? I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused. Why's that, Your Honor? As I said before. There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how La Miroir was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Why did I get picked on? It's La Miroir who isn't going along with the program here. As I've stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Be your job wiring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. Follow the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes? I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. Suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what La Miroir is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I'm a magician, after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. I want to press the 2-minute thing. It's a fucking long time. 2 minutes? Yes, can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running in that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. She disappears from the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Only that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony. Explaining the discrepancy. I guess I have something. One piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy. Do I? Hold on. I need to, like, investigate these things. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. I don't think it's a gun. I mean, it could have fallen off during that, but I don't think that explains the discrepancy. This will come in later. I don't think it's this. I don't know. I started clicking through these without actually... Not the newspaper. Hold on. Whole thing until she gets back on stage. I do get to watch this, which is a joy, but I don't think Homegirl's wearing her brooch. That's gonna be my guess, is that, like, she dropped it, but, like, I'm sure there'll be some other weird explanation if this is it. And it seems to have been.
Do you remember what happened to this brooch? Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at that video. Oh God. Oh, the thing is already going in there. There's the brooch. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. What is happening here? Who is this little man? Look, he's got a little face. What is that? So she is. Let's look a bit later. Okay, now we get that angle. What? The brooch is gone. What? My hair is getting in my face and I fucking hate it. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Yes, the brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation for this. I'd love to hear your explanation, Apollo. La Miroir. Terrible. We see before the Vanishing Act and the La Miroir we see after are two different people. What? The brooch is found on the floor at the crime scene, and not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the back? Okay. But if she dropped it in the middle, she could have been the one on stage. What is this? The very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Okay. So what? Prosecutor Gavin. From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Air Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage tower rose, La Miroir was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement La Miroir? Why, the man behind the illusion. Valent Grammary. Was Grammary? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on stage. That's right. But this fake La Miroir is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Governors are some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain La Miroir? Very well. Yes, do tell. And add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing even while I moved. But how wouldn't they have heard you in the vents? You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness? Then it makes sense why somebody knew she'd witnessed the murder, and why he knew she witnessed the murder. Why Romaine knew. Because she was singing in the air vents. But if you were singing while you were walking... That's right, wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Oh, and maybe Romaine, like, came back to consciousness right after being shot, and he's dying. And he picked up the gun and he shot the 2 bullets in the wall to get somebody's attention? Maybe that's what happens, and then they found him, and that's... We'll see. Once again, we come back to the state at the scene of the crime. What state?
Oh, I know what he means, that old speaker, Apollo.
The speaker? The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's for monitoring the stage from this room.
Monitoring?
The pipes in the real-time feed from the stage microphones, useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So La Miroir singing in the ceiling sounded just like La Miroir singing of the speaker. Ingenious, her voice was hidden by her voice. Ah, La Miroir,
I have just remembered something.
do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing.
What?
Forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
The song stopped.
Thankfully, it was just the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice.
Foreheads. That mixing board I lent you, where is it?
The mixing, huh?
That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks.
Oh, this, I completely forgotten about it. I hadn't. I was waiting to use it for something.
I'm waiting to use it for that thing we did earlier. Let's take a listen.
Oh, I can't play with things yet.
Are we going to listen to the whole thing again?
Yes, okay, yeah.
The song does stop there.
It does? I must have missed it.
Look at the lyric sheet, the top of the second verse.
Oh yeah, there's two pleasures.
Where it says pleasure, pleasure. Now listen again. Oh, God.
Okay, it's just from here.
This is the Blue Badger all over again.
This is evidence indeed. Believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. Crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during La Miroir's ballad. I thought I heard Minnie, crying. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set.
Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Air Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. It is entirely based upon La Miroir's testimony.
Yes, is there a problem with this?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear, until we hear directly from the man himself. The man you don't mean? Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case? As a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice! It's a good time as any to pause for a brief recess. Prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. To be continued. All right.
I'm gonna get a glass of water after I hit save. Okay. I'm gonna go get a beverage. Oh shit. Oh no, it'll just stay there. I'll get a beverage and I'll be right back. Ba-da-ba. I have returned with H2O. These and chapstick. Oh boy. I'm a mess. If you didn't already know that about me. A mess TM. And then I would like to put some lotion on because my hands feel crusty as hell. That lotion is really liquidy. God. Spits out so much. Okay. Whatever. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of La Miroir's performance? Why was she in that air vent? And that switch and the flaming guitar? When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Daddy! Oops. Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Just sweep face for the love him. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed? No, what if you're shot too, Daddy?
Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? Look, there's nothing behind these eyes. Truly nothing behind these eyes. Papa! I love his hat. Anyway, I just love this man. I love his flop era. I love everything about him. I pretty much have things under... I think you have things pretty much under control. You don't get much to buy off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darien Crescent. Won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. What about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky. Emma. Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Or this bag of snacks here was meant for me. Aha, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where he found that little device thingy! Right. This. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. Burnt fragments. What makes sense about this? What do we think that was? I can't even tell. Can I, like... Oh, I can. What is it? So, you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, one of those noisemakers like you shoot up for the New Year. Do you know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same thing. Really? I had no idea. But did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. This my useless fact has something to do with the evidence. Okay. Okay. These could be the bangs that we heard during the third act. See you after the verdict, maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. Goodbye. And he walked out the door just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? Guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. Almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy.
Courtroom is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to the Criminal Affairs Division. Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Air forehead. Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent. I hate him. I hate it. Like, just knowing the fact that his hair looks like that. Insufferable. Name and occupation, please. Darian. Oh god, Darian Crescent. Oh god, what voice did I give him? I feel like he had like a nasally whatever voice. Darian Crescent. Detective Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. It's like Valley Girl, but deep. God, what the fuck is this? And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you heard of us? Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. Situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner. So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial? Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lemiroir's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice, ha. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? There goes nothing. Darian's rebuttal. The diva's lying, plain and simple. He's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. We just proved that it didn't, but you know. So you claim Lemiroir's testimony was a lie. Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig what she's doing, trying to project that kid. She's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Skye? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Thanks, Clavier, for calling him out for being ableist as fuck. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. Can't do this with Lemiroir's testimony alone. And I'll have to find some other way to prove that the shooting took place. You don't have any proof she was lying. Oh yeah, kid? You saying I lied? No, I'm just saying, Apollo glared back at him. I couldn't help it, I flinched by reflex. Detective Crescent. Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Apollo, chin up, back straight. You're wilting. This guy's hard as nails. Makes Walkie look downright cooperative. Look, there's no way that diva remembers my voice. In the first place, she never heard my voice. You never talked to her, even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word, as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. Nah. As you can just go around remembering everyone's voices as if you can remember that. Just an idiot would believe that. Lemiroir's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him. I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. We know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it. Oh yeah? There was a mistake. But blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what? Proves there was a mistake in the song, a miscue. So she just flubs it big time, that's all. She spins a story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover up her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her. If she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Darian, watch what you say. La Miroir is an artist. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. Heh. She got to you alright. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious it's way over my head. I'm detecting a rift in the Governor's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. They asked me I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick.
Hold it!
Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots? Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. Heh. Guess you and La Miroir got the same excuse then. We know one thing's for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from the room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those shots were actually gunshots. I thought you heard them too. Remember he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them? So how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? Maybe this is the fireworks? Yeah. Maybe something other than gunshots that make a loud booming sound.
Objection!
Could be these. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this, a small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt. Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Haha! You got an active imagination, don't you? You shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation here seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So, you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by? Ha! No. That's right! That Darian was on the stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? When a firecracker goes off in the forest, there's no one to hear. You get my drift? Why go through the trouble? He could hear because the headset on the floor. And that was why he's on stage, because he had it on stage. How do I explain this? You may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. You may not look it, partner? Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, the kind all of the band and staff members were wearing. Clavia, we got the same thoughts. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door of that dressing room. What if the headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Why didn't everybody else hear it? Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. Certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing that went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on the stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed. You can't prove that. Then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. Ugh. It can be proven. I sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. Heh, you ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Shooting took place during the second set. Let's see your proof. Sure. We didn't really... Oh, no, that's not it. We didn't really play around with adjusting the sounds during this. But if she was standing above the vent when the gunshot went off, it would be picked up in her mic. You just wouldn't have heard it on the stage, because it probably would have sounded distant. It's gonna be on here. It's gonna be on here. Seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in La Miroir's song. Her song? What exactly is this, device thingy? New variety of gramophone, perhaps? We just pulled it out! Come on, we just use this. I know we're gonna be starting on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, La Miroir's voice included. Oh-ho, what does this prove? According to La Miroir's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words of the song. You intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? You might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We're all deeply involved in our performance, but La Miroir's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. And let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now! You stop singing once you heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Okay. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with La Miroir's vocals. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This must be some kind of mistake. Oh, that's what... I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means La Miroir's testimony was true. Ugh. So, she was telling the truth about what she heard. It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. Well, what did he say? It's over, press the switch now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? La Miroir was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. Then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Lotus's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Sweating. Once again I am reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Air Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? Talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Lotus's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was effective because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ha, you're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent? I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon, a much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Lotus, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly if he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent! What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves Rolled Up Ready for Action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak piece of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. This judge is so easily persuaded into just bullshit. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your response or your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Proof of innocence. This is gonna be bullshit. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? 'Cause you work with international affairs, and he's an Interpol agent. Simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is the case that Mr. Lotus is it the case that he had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great. Now I need to find a motive. I love the little... Why would you even want to kill that manager? Got no motive. So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert? Fraternize? Huh. I don't even think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone could want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. I don't like this guy. Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see. I don't know. I feel like I need to present evidence. I don't know. Why would I need to want to kill him? Why do you want to kill him? Because of this cocoon thing. Maybe you're the one who has been smuggling it. Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent. Ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. There's a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latouche, does it? It does. Wait. I think it does. I don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative for what? Apparently, it is most effective at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for. If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? I just want to quickly. Crescent, guitar thieves. I don't know what thought I was having, but it wasn't. Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you could change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago. Some of these got out into the black market. It was quite a commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So he's trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so if I was gonna sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. Totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it is time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think up the craziest things, but no way am I gonna risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's lists. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what. International Affairs got a memo.
Hold it!
Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. Smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother will want a piece of that action. They turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you can say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Who's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing? They're gonna try to mess with me about this stuff. International affairs, I know the deal. Which is why you know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to, Down, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol, and Virginian customs are all watching. See, we know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little dog that laps up every word that diva says. Why I oughta. Oughta what? You want some of this? Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah? Screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick. Replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. That memo. That's how you knew about the cocoons. Oh, nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this. Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'd never heard of them. Well, La Miroir knew about them, though not their use. The reports indicate there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, and that's all. Then, I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all. I could say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah. But that includes everyone in the international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter. Yeah. Too dangerous. Not exactly lucrative anymore. Curitis. I don't know, maybe something to do with this incuritis.
Objection!
Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article. That's about the Chief Justice's... A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. Not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis. Incuritis! I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying. Our witness is a detective. You would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying. The Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent. Is this true? First, I'm a murderer, and now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller wouldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over here trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well, oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Virginian Customs barely sleep, so they're worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. I guess they're so worried. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Everything and everyone gets checked. There's scores, and there's this, bring me down. Doesn't say it. But do you remember when Gavin was telling us the story of the guitar? And he was like, we wrapped it up and I sent it through that special courier service that, you know, the prosecutor's office has access to, so it didn't go through the normal pathways. Actually, there is one way. One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. Prosecutor? Ah! Don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument, played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like La Miroir. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. Isn't this guitar from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood, so we vacuum packed it in La Miroir's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... with cocoons this small? Would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar has some work done on it recently, right? Work. Good memory, Air Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It's called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. Ah! There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band! Yark! Thought I was just gonna say, yo! So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. Air Forehead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of La Miroir's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see, but things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche. Ah! Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was on to something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was get rid of the whole thing. It's over. Press the switch, now! The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Latouche died, with La Miroir there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent. Gotta know, you make that all up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darien. The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make a story up to that, kid. How'd I hide a cocoon in the first place, huh? Not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Virginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice La Miroir heard proves it. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Matcha. Be warned, with great accusation comes great responsibility. Make sure your answers are on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? Matcha. I'm sorry. There's only one person who meets all of the requirements of an accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Matcha Tobai. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. Defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I am. But I am here to defend him on the murder of Mr. Latouche, and I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Virginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice, but what if it was, in fact, La Miroir? Couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, La Miroir was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Don't like that. The chair just popped. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the vent. Well, looking at this, seems La Miroir could still have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and La Miroir stand-in were on the tower, which happens to be 15 feet tall. I missed the end of the first sentence. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from the air vents. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor. Yes, Detective? Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me there's a way out of this. Yeah, it ignites there. Haha! Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk. First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly are we supposed to see in this video? Problem isn't what we see, correct, Arian? But the lineup makes sense. Like, if you would have said he did the shot, and then I don't know. Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight. Oh, the piano didn't stop, I guess. You're saying I ordered the lead pianist to set off that igniter? That right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. We'll take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano. What seems to be the problem there? Piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. So don't get it? Yeah, how is he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? I don't know, with his feet? You got Miss Diva the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. La miroir. According to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Ugh. Your accomplice would have a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Oh, this cute little face. He's so tall! My god. We're watching this again. Ow. Couldn't he play with one hand? He couldn't have pressed that switch. He probably could have. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay, we all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Machitobai didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. I don't. Here are some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on the matter now. Was the defendant the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give us some thought. Apollo, am I just not the accomplice? And our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He's the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. What do I do? What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Really? We're gonna flash back to this? Yeah, we all just witnessed this a second ago. Not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? You come up with something, Mr. Justice. May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Machitobai pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove?
I can prove it. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Air Forehead, you sure about this? Ah, accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. What do you base the claim on? This stupid machine. Oh my god, it was literally right there. The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part, around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flames. Hear a piano being played. But doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? Ah, I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Macho could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. Ha. So what are you saying, some kind of piano savant? He's 14. So yeah, but, actually no. And what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe. I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you gonna prove that he played it with 1 or 2? You can't. I admit, it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with 1 hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way. Well, soon we come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with 1 hand, right before the guitar burst into flames. Macho was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. I hope this time I can turn all the other sounds off because I couldn't hear it even with the rest of them so low. One section of the song proves it. I think he was part 4. Yes. I just want to play it. What am I trying to prove? That he played one-handed? It feels weird that it would just be this section, because this is the section we know. My ears are not trained enough for this. don't fucking know. I guess I'm just gonna work my way down the line. I have no idea. I don't think it's this one, so it's one of these three. Am I just gonna start from the beginning, and if it's wrong, I'll pick the next one? Like, I don't fucking know. I don't have a good enough ear for this. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Air Forehead. Realized what? Same, Judge. I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? I guess it was the first part? I don't know. Pay attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase. I mean, yeah, it's simple. Man, how many times do you have to listen to the same thing? You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section. The guitar bursts into flames at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace." Play verse 2 again. I don't want to. It's the Blue Badger all over again. They feel the same, true. But they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. What's that prove? I don't think you know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses at different arrangements happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Matcha played how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. No. I hate his bouncy, stupid hair. I hate it. Believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Air Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts. Anyone could see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point to the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. Almost choked on that piece of ice. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Well, I think if he did, we've already seen it a long way back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What?
This is stupid. The face is staring. The truth is staring us. We're all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Good, great question. Paolo, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. So what do? Like I said, good luck. Be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. Wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. Won't be able to press him further by conventional means. Gotta find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So am I gonna get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Justice. Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Air forehead. You are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of a Virginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Oh, God. What can take apart his plan? Okay, it's not gonna let me make it bigger on the bottom. It's bugging out. Okay. It's not. It must be Matcha, right? Because if he is the accomplice, he knows everything. He could squeal. Not any of the rest of them. Like, he's dead. It's not her. She doesn't know anything. It's not Emma, obviously. That's himself. This man doesn't know. I hate him. He annoys me, but it's not him. Call a witness. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Huh? So what is it? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I need to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt? Little boy. The one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Matcha Tobai. Your client, again? Matcha was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he could easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It will require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnout guitar. Aha, very scientific of you. Thus, if Matcha acknowledges his agreement with Darien Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Virginian cocoon, the case is solved. Darien's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? Look, Key Tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Virginian law. Ah. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, the testimony about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Matcha doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Matcha admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Virginia. They'll likely broadcast her dealings in court today, including the part about the Virginian cocoon. Yeah, but... The Matcha doesn't admit to smuggling now. Smuggling, not snuggling. He'll eventually be picked up by the Virginian police. It's not like he's in any danger in our courts. We're not gonna find him guilty of murder here. Not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's gonna think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Matcha. Ugh. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan? Matcha Dubai knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get it. I'll get you out of the country. Set you up someplace. Hit a mansion. Real nice. You want a house made of cookies? Or no, a house made of pianos? Come on. Please. Don't oh, what in God's name is happening? Talk. Oh, he tried to bribe Matcha. Darien, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we could treat that outburst as a confession? Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk. You'll tell the court everything. Didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew from the beginning. I knew. Achi. Situation. I cannot explain, but money. I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue of with our legal system. The only thing definite in court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, I may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Matsutobai, yes, I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Oh, he took his glasses off! I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Macho Tobai, not guilty. Woo! Court is adjourned. Thank God. Wonder what'll happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. I knew it was Phoenix. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks. La Miroir? Hi, is something wrong? I'm sorry, I thought you was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him, something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamirwar lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared. You know what changed your mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right, she's a landscape painter and sound after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, La Miroir. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You remind me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too! And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. Oh my God! But there's something that I want to say to that guy. That you got a big crush on him? Next time you write a ballad, have him catch the killer at the end. My dirty shipper heart. Turnabout Succession. This is the one where we find out how Phoenix was disbarred 7 slutty years ago. Confirm. Let's do this. And that is the whole truth of this case. Oh. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story.
Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Oh, there he is. Hello, Gavin. Gavin number 1. October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Write anything agency. Hey, Apollo! Look on TV! Look! Yeah, I'm kind of busy. Wow, look at that! He's the last grammary, all right. Amazing! Apollo, you should be watching this! Ow, ow, ow! What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. We're just supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how La Miroir disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valen did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're seeing now is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gaviners concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen right here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Grammary is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's going to be great! I'm so there! You and Daddy are coming too! The legendary Grammaries. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Magic show ticket received. Ah, you are here. Working hard or hardly working? Hey, how you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. Ah ha ha, how goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding! I love pudding! Oh, it's farm fresh! It's not just 1 pudding, but 3 whole cups? I'll have to pace myself. Oh, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy, you're on a top secret mission. You gotta take it easy with the secrets, you know. Ha ha ha. How right you are. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you, anyway. Huh? With me? Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission, too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the juris system, yes? The juris system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. Juris system, huh? So, Daddy, what's this juris system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in a courtroom in the old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if guys innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, I'm thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the jurist system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. There would only be 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show, starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot? Hey! So, what is this secret mission? The jury system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and talk and nothing gets decided. Kinda like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're gonna give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Jurist System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job! I was never good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. That's not simple at all! By simple, did you mean the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway, no sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in a worst-case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial. All the forms have been filed, there's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Something that happened last night. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission. But what about this? The True Grammary Grand Magic Show. Huh? Oh, right, the card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. Because I had Uncle Valent. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow, regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Ah, Grammary. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that Silk Hat the Grammary seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great, but today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day? Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! So it's plastic. I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Oh my God, what a serious face! What a serious face! Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Grammary envelope obtained. An envelope about the Grammaries, huh? Alright, so what case you're gonna use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do! I mean, I'm gonna be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes, of course. This is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was this anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good! That's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo, if I'm in charge of the whole trial,
That means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All right. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you could talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a-wasting. Okay. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes. Maybe I should complain? I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show up. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard! Is our client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Oh. Ah! Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician. Or why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Oh. Ah! She passed out! This magic underwear might have been a bit better. That's magic panties, Apollo. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I could tell you mine if you like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. So what's your name? Oh, right. I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know. This is getting nowhere fast. Hey, I know. Maybe you could tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little bit better now. You're very dramatic, Apollo. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? What is that? Let's go, Trucy. What the fuck was that? Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is a love letter we're passed from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew Studio. Vera's card added to the court record. And you're giving me this card because... And she's gone. Well, looks like we're finished here. Wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime? Let's go find out. Oh. Wow, this looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around. With the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, it looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those.
okay. I'm just looking. The pufferfish. There are 3 incredibly different paintings. Huh, Paulo, look at this one. Looks half finished. You can see the rough sketch underneath. Well, that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Oh, I thought I might find you two here. Oh. Emma, long time no see! Oh? Seems like I run into you two far too often. I bet I know why you're here, too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? You don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Misham? And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. You seem more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackoos. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which means we better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. Alright, well, let's see if this time... No! Don't want that. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna have to examine everything on the small screen because the thing is freaking out. Alright, we're gonna start all the way over here. Hey! There's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh, it's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Well, never mind. Yeah, it looks like the one... Here. Better get a professional opinion on this. Hidden painting added to the court record. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Ah, so the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side, after all. Okay. The letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Hi, Maya! How you doing? Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. It's impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. How you doing, friend? I don't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word? Just got home from a farm show and you're tired of socializing? I understand that feeling so well. I hope that you can just chill this evening. These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, what's going on with this half-finished one? Must have been a work in progress. You can see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch art doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. Okay. Apollo! That's where the body was! That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Maybe he started a year ago and was procrastinating. Okay. Oh gosh, okay. Is there anything else? That's gonna show me the same thing. That's gonna show me the same thing. Saw that. Saw that. Okay. Oh gosh, it slides. Alright. Good to know. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of reds. You could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that. Thanks. Thanks. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. The apartment was the meeting spot since you lived the closest, and afterwards you all came up just to sort out the wine you bought and people used the bathroom. I'm like, I'm gonna have to kick y'all out because I want to pack and go to bed. Fair. Completely fair. So this is Drew Mission. And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. So you arrested his daughter. Ugh. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh, right. Oh, cute! Look at the tiny frame, Apollo. Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. What is it doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. Thank you for texting the group chat, Maya. I meant to do that hours ago and totally forgot. What is it? What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Ugh, you had me going for a while there. Hey, Apollo, what's this feathery thing? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. It's most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific. That's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Something about the way that figure is posed. Seen that pose before? It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I am a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. And glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right, looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter, then seal it again? I better hang on to this. Red envelope. Okay. I think that I've examined everything to be examined here. Probably. Let's take a closer. Oh, god damn it. Too close to the desk. What is all this equipment here for? Trying to figure out maybe it is Heather Sunday morning. Yeah, fair. I wanted to see, even if Kiara's not coming up, which I hope she is, but even if she's not, I wanted to see if maybe we wanted to like do brunch Sunday morning, but you know, I haven't seen you guys in a hot minute, so What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Those equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? In the dust, I'd say he hadn't used this stuff in years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? Or to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like $50 at the magic shop. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was an architect too? Maybe the daughter was an architect? Computer? What is all this equipment here for? Doesn't look very artistic, really. You had everything. Oh gosh, okay. What is it? Just want to check if this is different. Is this just for paint? No. It's a drafting table. Even this microscope? I feel like this is what I clicked on in the first place. Okay. 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 I'm not really supposed to be able to talk to her. So, this Drew Mission was some kind of artist? Apparently. Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Got a lot of female fans, too, from what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like all that oil paint over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Misham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in his studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through the letters he put in that box there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? Okay. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. Happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? So, this woman, Vera, she's Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl, ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. Oh my god. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That doesn't sound like a scene. Or that does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So, about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely. What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happens that he died the night of his first interview. At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? What did the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. There's a reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking... I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at the crime scene? What is it we always do? Scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Oh, okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Okay. So, Emma, about this coffee mug. You weren't trying to grill me for information. You know I'm not talking. Suppose you are the detective here. Why don't you take a look at yourselves? If you find a clue, I might be not be unwilling to... Okay. I think she's gonna help us, Apollo. Let's check out this mug, shall we? No, I want a letter. Emma, about this. Oh, that! Yes, why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean, you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha! Please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? It is a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization... something. How am I supposed to remember that? So basically it lets you see inside things, like envelopes? That's right, you're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that. In practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Yeah, what are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore, and it might fall out. But I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's get down to business, shall we? I guess he said his hair might fall out. Right, let's test it on a sample first. Just so happens I have a lottery ticket here. Set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? Gotta set it to display the outside of the envelope now, you see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there for me, will you? She just did it. That's right. Let's you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See, that's how you can read the letters in the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except, I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see the paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer. Not entirely following you, but what good is it if I can't read anything? That's why we go into step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Oh god. See, that fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again, just a little. Now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. Just keep doing this until we got the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more. There we go. Okay, let's print this one out. Does this mean I have to buy another one to win? Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let's buy her another one. It's okay, there's no need. See, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? Okay. Oh my god. Okay, let's print this one out. Dear Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt that you've confirmed the transfer. I think that's what it says. Someone deposited $100,000 in Mr. Misham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're gonna read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. There goes the second page. Oh my god, this is very tedious. This would be probably much more enjoyable with a stylus. And also, if I could increase the size of the bottom of the screen. Oh my god, it's working. Oh my god, it's working. Thank god. Sign the something. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within, say 3 days? I need not convince you to speak of this to no one. Remind you. So there's a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Okay. I don't think I can present her anything else. I hope I got everything. Just got text. I keep forgetting that this is the Zoom. I don't know why I want something else to be the Zoom, but let's again. Hey, look there! That stage doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, the stain is probably... better ask Emma. Okay. Okay. So now can I present it to her and she won't yell at me? Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim. Oh, that! Yes, well, it's just a rumor. I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a little bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. Certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask me about that. See, the solution is used to test for atroquinine. What? Atroquinine. It's the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh. I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown... That's fine. Really, we don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah! Or, ugh, what are you doing? Just seeing if I got a reaction off you. How this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Just get down from checking for real poisons, shall we? I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. I feel like I've sprayed it
everywhere. Oh my god. Okay. Too bad. No reaction there. Sure, Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Just for that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know. Let's check it out, just to be sure. Oh! Oh, I gotta click on it. I have an itch. Eek! Reaction, Apollo! Ah! Where? Inside of that cute little frame, look! Oh, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that, I was the one who found it. Tiny frame added to the record. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. So Emma was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. Brushel? He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. Does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Oh, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. A magician? Well, if that's not true, see, that leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valent Grimeri by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up here. So he's out interviewing Valent Grimeri. Looks like I'll be headed out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Thanks. Alright. Let's go. Oh god, the blue badger. It's everywhere. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo! The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent. What about the case? Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy. How often I hoped we meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Dee, Uncle Valent, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you have come to give me flowers, I'd do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch it in wonderment as Magnifi's illusions are reborn. Here on stage by my hand. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grimari miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Grimari. That terrible thing hadn't happened. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valent Grimari, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Grimari's illusions again. Or Magnifi's illusions. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? my mentor, the great, magnificent Magnifi-Grammari, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has waited for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grammari Troupe's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? Little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifi's magic relies on an incredible innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe? Magnifi knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Grammari was the inheritor of the Grammari miracle. Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time, of which you speak, is 7 years. Ah! Yes, Miss Trucy. Though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Daddy. Oops. No. No, I don't care. I don't want to hear it again. God, it's so long. Oh my God. Can I present him this? So, a journalist was here on a story? All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name is Brushel. Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Fallon's vision is always toward tomorrow. Fallon's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all? Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Grammari. His alliterations got me tripped up. Uncle Fallon, do you know where the reporter went? I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. Oh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Fallon's big magic trick. Is he gonna fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? Ah ha 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 ha. It's not more miraculous for it to stay ripped. You must have really not liked that journalist. Alright. See you later, asshole. Nope. There we go. Ah, there you are. To see Miss Vera Misham? Yes, that's right. She's in the medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? She's just lying down. Said she didn't feel so good. Sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment. Most annoying client ever. Guess we should come back. Is this not where they said it would be? God, now fucking what? Did I miss something with what's his fucking name? I must have need to present him with something else. Just no. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha! Why, that bears the Grammary seal. Uncle Valen, is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Oh God, he's sweating. Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. This signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Mary. What? Did he sign this? Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Now, the time has come when I must return to make my prestigious preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valent. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valent react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. I want to quickly... Oh, no. There's the signature. Looky here, a handwritten signature. Says I can't read it. Seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. Okay. Let's go to the detention center. Hello, Phoenix. Time to go talk to our client. Well, no, to the reporter. Think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? Oh, gosh. Hello. Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, turning it... What did his nose just do? Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice, you? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Oh, he's got the same thing. Stares down witness on stand till they spill beans, end quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? Whoa, you're Trucy. I'm famous. Oh yes, oh yeah. Tracy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote. Eek, that's so not true. Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need, end quote.
No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard?
Oh, what a pickle. Accused won't talk. Go ahead to interview someone else or go plumb crazy, end quote.
Huh? No, honey. I should have guessed.
Where's my manners? Name's Brushel. Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes his eyes, writes, end quote.
What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins?
Tell you about an interview by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem madness, end quote.
I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist?
Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here.
Yes?
I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote.
Okay.
For instance, you think a movie director watches movies?
Well, I think he probably does.
Exactly, I knew you'd understand.
Huh? So the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio?
Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record.
Yes?
I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist, always busy, always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote.
I can understand that philosophy, but
you want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to that guy at the airport.
True enough. Don't they give normal tickets away too?
Exactly. See, it's the same thing.
What is? So, you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he never had a story done on him before?
That's right. Look, let me say one thing here for the record.
What?
I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place?
Well, yes.
Look, it's like, oh, I've got it. Say there's a burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's gonna tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket, maybe?
Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about.
I think I may have actually understood that one.
Well, there's nothing I could talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers, end quote.
Right. Guess we'll leave then.
But since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I just saw, just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip, was wandering into this burger place with amazing ketchup, when an article in the tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil paintings stolen from art dealers gallery, end quote. I believe it was.
An oil painting?
Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river.
Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach.
Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers, end quote. Right, let me go with the record here.
Yes?
I know what you're gonna say. Brushel, take this, write brilliant column, end quote.
I don't think so.
Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing, and that's food. Try to understand.
What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Okay. Well, I wasn't sure if maybe I needed to present him one of these. Ugh. Everybody stretch.
God, it's not even 11 o'clock. I'm so tired. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there's one thing I wanted to check with you. What's that scary face you're making? And what's with that I know something but I'm not telling you face you've got going, Emma? This painting came from behind that dresser. Ah, yes, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. A forger? Not what I expected her to say. But intriguing nonetheless. So what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing? Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage? But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh, yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm gonna use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting. Maybe valuable for our case. You should try buttering up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, as they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Okay. I can already tell that I'm gonna need to... I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine, fine. Just this time, though. Let's check it out. We'll start with this one. Ugh, keep going the wrong way. Come on. What is this? Oh. Oh my God. That's from the first case. That's very familiar. What? What the heck? Well, he really blows. That finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Places like mine don't exist until recently. Probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of the charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Mission was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about that sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. Think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Yeah, when it has something from my previous case, from the perspective of my employer, yeah. I do care about it. Okay, this is getting easier. Again, would be easier with a stylus, but I'm not gonna get one of those. Oh, this is like a building. What is this? What in the whole... What is that? This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could look at the last of these three? Fine by me, knock yourself out. Is this like the bridge? Oh. Oh gosh. Let's print this one out. What is going on? Like, the first one was very obvious. I don't know what these last two are. What the heck is all of this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at these three sketches. Do you notice anything? Oh, that's the cart. And this is the guitar on the stage. Now you're both wet as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the three cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. I thought this was like a house, but now I see that, yeah. And then, the events that transpired during the Gaviniers concert. What could it mean? How could he have painted those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I'd never even heard of any Drew Misham before. Oh my god. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham, and what did he have to do with me? Oh my gosh. Alright, we're gonna do the first of the next day. Or like, we'll do the next one, and then that'll be it. Yes, please save. Almost hit no on accident. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W, but not right. We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please. Good morning. She speaks. Not bad, not bad. I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Oh, that's really sweet. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. There she goes again with the nail polish. What? I guess that's a bottle of nail polish? That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Oh, really? Girls. The victim Drew Mission was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really, and maybe one that led to his death. Well, we will now begin the trial of Vera Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous-like. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of our jurist system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission. Jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch the courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists, judge well and judge cool. Now, see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was gonna say that. My apologies, Air Judge. Jurist, today, judge today's trial coolly, and you would be so kind. The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. Okay. And we're about to find out what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. It's like not how a jury works, guys, but okay. We don't just do the court, like, in courtroom on vibes. The victim of the painter is the painter Drew Mission, who was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Gosh tongue, someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of her victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Okay. I would love to read that. $52 between 9 and 9:30. Atroquinine poisoning. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. The victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dose is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. Oh god, let's see if I remember his voice already. The witness will state his name and occupation. Ah, right. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Bushel. My job, a lone observer in the world. Was that his voice? In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, this is what it was. I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Bushel? I dislike conclusions, specifically the jumping to aspects of conclusions. Preconceptions make park sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Bushel into that Mr. Brushel. Oh, it's Brushel. End quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Journalist story. I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room beside her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying, Judge? Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? But me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock, indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Sure. Let's press him on everything. Not o'clock that night. Isn't that a little late for an interview? If the great painter Drew Bishop says come at 9, believe you me, I go at 9. The first, as it turned out, last interview was such a prolific painter. Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio? Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that bristle guy, end quote. If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider, by which she means Vera did it. So how did this epoch-making interview go? Daughter brought us coffee. Would you mind being a little more specific? Ooh, wait, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, this all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade.
That's not what I meant. I believe I know what air Forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that. That's what I was going to say, really.
Well, now if you got a question to ask, you'd best try to ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits several times if necessary. Right for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write.
Who touched the coffee?
Dunno. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it.
And what happened next?
And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote.
What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over.
Zowie, you don't know? That's what, like a journalistic code word. An important personage passes away, a star falls, get it?
But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter? I could just picture him.
Ooh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. I know, star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies, straight to the point. I like it.
I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. Moment of death, Brussels coffee, the stars coffee. I would guess the coffee. Say Mr. Mishram had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course. He who sees it wins it, but he who says it wins it bigger, end quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. And yet? I guess I can't say I saw him drink it really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote.
That poison is quite virulent, I hear.
My stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there, some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record?
Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable?
Yeah. Yeah. Added to the court record. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. Oh, yes. You can go to press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of evidence. Yeah, because the thing takes 15 minutes to kill them. Please add it to the testimony. Very well. The witness will add this to his testimony. Vital, right. Uh-huh. Slow-acting deadly poison. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There's a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow-acting. Slow-acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment that Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Oh my god, he's a stick. What is the meaning of this? What if the defense says is correct, or if what? Why that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard? Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record? Slow acting. SLOWACT. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
It's Brushel, yeah? Air Brushel, let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say, auf Wiedersehen to my simple case, and you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? You absolutely can, but, you know, whatever. As the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent, and you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop. Look, just wait a second. Just 1 second. We're waiting. Out with it. I think I just recalled the so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I'd heard the poison that takes a sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Bush, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony, and my dream of exclusive rights to this story. Ugh. Suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright, who else? Ugh. Air Brushel, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court what you noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Bishop was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note? It seems more insane than the last. Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face is inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. That means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. When I arrived at the studio, was at his desk. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham? Well, his daughter Vera, of course. Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present? Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brushel? I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy, end quote. If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? Seems to be writing a letter, but he quickly said the envelope. So he put the letter away when he saw you? The reporter guessed worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Bishop sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed that letter in that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one. That was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. Add to testimony. Very well, please add to your testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. Well, it wasn't yellow, it was red. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What? Oh my god. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But Air Forehead, it's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brushel, I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed it away. What about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. In a red envelope? No, he didn't write that. That's impossible. I like your expression, so full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped. Mr. Brushel. I keep calling him Bushel. Could you explain this to the court? Oh, bye. How could I forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old and forgets lots. End quote. Still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Brushel sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. A stamp? Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, well, yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox.
Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case.
Oh, I wish it did. Just think that if it were a suicide note, what a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter falls. End quote.
As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor, it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope.
Okay.
$100,000. That's quite a good deal of money. So this is from 7 years ago, yeah?
So am I finished here? I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing.
I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the son of a good story, you make that, rather unique face.
Come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else. End quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination. End quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually.
I hate how neon his tongue is.
Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
Oops, something about the story. That's how you got your interview? Blackmail?
Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not.
Something wrong, Mr. Bushel?
Look. This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist's info is livelihood, end quote.
I see.
Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if someone, Wally Wadsworth or Sally Scooper, gets wind of my story? They could go to the press while I'm going to waste.
Court feels your pain, Mr. Bushel. Oh, God, excuse me. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Oh, my bracelet's glowing. All right. This is the weirdest statement of them all. I kind of want to press him on this. The victim, Drew Misham, had an aversion to reporters.
Boy, I guess not even my considerable charms did much for him. Till I finally got my thumbs up, that is.
Maybe you could elaborate on that bit for us? Oh, well, I don't... Let's try this. Okay, I don't see anything with his eyes.
Any change with his mouth? No. Oh god, the man is sweaty. Oh, that's nasty.
Gotcha!
That's gross. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? Yeah, well, man can't help his glands, you know. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. Ugh! You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show where his true talent lies. Have, the hidden painting? Yeah. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is that it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then, we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. We already established that, did we not? Like, in the opening? That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story. By Scoop. Forgery. That's a serious crime. Drew Bishop is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in other kinds of art until a few years back. Another art, meaning forgery. Drew Bishop was talented, alright, talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? Oh, you can't be seriously be talking about. Exactly, I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumor started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago? So, are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for... Exactly. Forged evidence. That's tidy profit. End quote. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. This is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. How do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was, and remains, simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug, right? And you, of course. Hey. The only thing I poison is my pen, but I'm writing reviews. Mr. Brushel, your testimony has been, to this point, quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you can stand on an elephant on it. End quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what's he talking about? Cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer has to be Vera, that's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. Nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Aw, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. Still have one trump card left to play, and he won't let this trial end until I use it. Right. That doesn't prove Vera poisoned it. How many times have we heard that one, Air Forehead? The poison reached its victim via the coffee mug. And from where did that coffee mug come? Not to beat a dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in. I'm on it. You a horse beat? I'm your man. And you witnessed her pouring the coffee? Of course I didn't witness it when she came in with that tray. The coffee was already poured and a steaming. Let us not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed. What? That last part was just a little joke. I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case. Touch your lips. What's that? You sure about that? Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling big candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragments of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It's a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, you have some proof. Possibility is there, I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it just yet. The possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Misham ingested that coffee via... No, I can't prove it yet. It can't be proven. I do believe her little forehead is growing up. Pity, we like the rash, youthful forehead best. Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. But first things first, I better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. On with the cross-examination. Not one thing? You sure? Yep, sure as I could be. Well, with one exception. One exception? What? Journalist Sparks Brushel does interview, leave studio. End quote. Come on. It's a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Did something leave that studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Have I ever heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? The yellow letter! I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean something other than our witness. Of course. Don't tell me, Vera Misham. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. The letterbox? This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox. What did Mr. Bushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that. Yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Ah, that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared. Yes, intriguing. So an envelope that has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? It has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did happen, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well, then the witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it.
Still think this fails to change anything, Air Forehead. Wouldn't be so sure. Letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. Letter was put in the post office box, but I hardly think that matters. I want to go back to this and that, like... I can prove it. This stupid little tiny frame. It's the little baby frame. My baby bumblebee. Oh, my mommy, be so proud of me. Oh. Would you like me to sing the Baby Bumblebee song to accompany this rock and roll? You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, Air Forehead. Not possibilities. Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp? Ah. So we all know stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. Okay. No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so we lick the stamp, but wait. How does that explain the atroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug? If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth, Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing, it was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. That does it? Recall, if you would. Atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope, but his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. Okay. You have something to add, Mr. Brushel. Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see, after he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Bishop sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But, I don't seem to remember ever finding one. Maybe he'd just run out. Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. Makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence? The tiny frame. I assume. I don't know why there's a stamp in the frame, but it's small enough for that. Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So what? Apparently, you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes. A pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this?
frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame was even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most.
You aren't saying.
Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? The poison stamp was in this frame?
Impossible.
Prosecutor Gavin, why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he can commit suicide if the mood struck.
You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see.
What, Mr. Brushell? And please stop jittering around like that.
The victim was a forger, right? That's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. End quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. Oh, Rich. That's Rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Gaviner's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again. Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail? Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew red letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Well, Phyllis Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Misham the stamp of death. Is it, I mean, the only letter that we have? Hold on. Oh, God. I've deposited the amount. Please send a receipt. Your confirmation of this transfer. Sign the papers and send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. Isn't that the envelope, the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah.
In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp poison on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp. End quote.
Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking when the time came. He drew his last breath. Oh, and the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. The letter was sent 7 years ago. Such splendid imagination you have, Air Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poisoned stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe, really? Well, a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? Poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then became the murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago. We didn't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well. I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein Clavier. Ah! It kind of startled me. Emma! Did Apollo just have a hallucination? Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you out of all this mess you're making in this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective? Glare me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Oh, there we go. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atroquinine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Fisham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead, so he sent his reply with a different stamp and put his decisive evidence in a frame. You're still here?
Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brushel, claim this scoop as mine. Drew Bishop killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote.
Order, order, order. I see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote. Uh-oh. I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter, 7 years ago, could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo? I think we just won. Very well, this court finds the defendant. Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor, Gavin. A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gaviner's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make any sense any other way. Boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Air Forehead's claim. A contradiction? The poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poison. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this. But this begs the question. Why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? That is a very good question. Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? This is a very valid point. You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo? I don't think we're winning anymore. Glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atroquinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree. It does seem to be atroquinine residue. But
Her forehead is certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all. Ugh. Believe we've come to a conclusion again. Apollo, were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be a coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue. Sometime this year. Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on the document inside that envelope. Similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. A yellow envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death, they all connect somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, a fake clue? Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... I don't know. Drew? Maybe he didn't die from poison. Maybe he died from something else. Cause yeah, why would he fucking do that? So maybe he died from something completely different. The victim was a fake clue. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? Makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue. Fake forgeries. Ah. I know that face. That's the face of, I just had an idea. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again. 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. As in, he wasn't the forger. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. You're telling me that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake. Well, if he was the fake, then who was the real forger? You better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're gonna have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us who the real Drew Misham was. Drew Misham wasn't the real forger. There was only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham himself was a forgery. The real forger was his daughter. His daughter. There can be only one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Misham, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Mr. Justice is going out on a limb, even for you. I kind of agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely.
If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact comes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually that does make a certain kind of sense. How old is Vera? 19. So 7 years ago she would have been 12. I don't know. She could have been forging as a kid. Francisco became a prosecuting attorney at 13, so you know. In this world, anything's possible. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well, fascinating. Vera Misham. You've been paying attention to the trial so far? Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger Drew Misham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at, Fraulein's, believe me. Though they usually talk to me, or by Fraulein's. They usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So, the forger Drew Misham was you. Yes, it was me. What? She's adorable. I love her whole outfit. Court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. To be continued. And that will be where we'll leave it off tonight. Yes, let's save. And be done. Okay. Well, that was a blast. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Next week, hopefully we'll finish the game entirely. And then I don't know what I'm doing after that. I haven't been able to find ROMs of the next 2 games. I know they exist somewhere. I probably gotta look deeper. So I'm gonna have to look for those. I don't know what we'll play in the meet. Maybe some more Coral Island. I haven't touched Coral Island in a hot minute. So maybe we'll do a little bit of that. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm not thinking about that right now. If I'm crazy next week, it's because I've started grad school on Tuesday. So if I'm out of my mind, it's due to that. So we'll see what occurs. But anyway, I'm going to call it here for tonight. And I'm going to go to bed because I'm tired. It's been a fucking week. But I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Friday night. An amazing long weekend. Happy Martin Luther King Day. And I'll see you guys all next week. All right? Goodbye.